afternoon, everyone. All right. If I can get everybody's attention. Thank you very much. So good afternoon. I'm Harold Solons. I'm the Associate Superintendent of Business, Facilities, and Operations. And in November, I'm going to again take a seat as the administrator in charge for this month. So day one. I'd like to welcome you all. No applause necessary. It's not that kind of job, so trust me. I'd like to welcome you all to our special reception and thank you for joining us today. Our hardworking Board of Education is hosting this reception to recognize the impactful work that is happening across our school district. We would like to celebrate district staff who are creating a culture of not only academic excellence, but also welcoming schools where all students feel a sense of belonging. This reception is in celebration of Richardson Prep High Middle School. Let's give them a round of applause. For their redesignation as a national blue ribbon school, and for 35 schools that earned implementation awards for California PBIS Coalition, the organization leading the effort to create schools that are safe, equitable, and have a positive climate and social culture for all. Let's give them a round of applause as well. Later tonight, we will recognize Richardson further for earning this prestigious designation from the U.S. Department of Education. And it is a distinct honor. There are only 3 in San Bernardino County. This is a very special award, so well-deserved. Principal Vater and her team, so congratulations again. So we'll honor this again at our board meeting, which begins at 5:30 p.m. immediately following this reception. But let's not delay in putting our hands together for the administrators, employees, students, and families who have made it possible for Richardson Prep High Middle School to earn one of our country's highest honors for public schools. Let's give Richardson another big SBC USD round of applause. And we will learn about their recipe for success during the board meeting. So please stay tuned. And with that, it is my distinct pleasure to turn the microphone over to our board president, Dr. Scott Wyatt. Dr. Wyatt?
Wow, well, good afternoon, everyone. Great to see you all. And, when I look up there on the screen, it makes me think San Bernardino City Unified School District is definitely making hope happen for our kids, and we are a district of excellence with outstanding programs. So great job to all of you, first of all, for the wonderful job that you do day in and day out for our students. You know me, anything about me? I like impromptu comments, but I'm going to have to stick to the script, all right, so I don't go over. Well, thank you, Harold. Good evening, and thank you for being here today to help us celebrate the achievements of our San Bernardino City Unified Schools. Well, you already know who I am. They put it in here, though. I'm Scott Wyatt, and I have the pleasure of serving as president of the San Bernardino City Unified School District. So, yay, San Bernardino. Yeah, let's give us an applause. Yeah. Whenever our schools are recognized at the state and federal level, it is certainly reason to celebrate. And when our schools are honored for creating nurturing learning environments where all children feel welcome and safe, that means we are creating optimal conditions for learning, and that is the key ingredient for academic excellence. On behalf of the Board of Education, I'd like to thank the students, families, caregivers, and especially the staff who work together to earn these awards. Without your dedication to the overall well-being of our more than 46,000 students, these accomplishments would not be possible. Since returning to in-person instruction following the pandemic closure of schools, this school district made social-emotional learning a key component of our students' day. That's because in San Bernardino City Unified School District, we believe that focusing on social-emotional learning is as important as teaching students to read and write. The two go hand in hand. Tonight we celebrate Richardson Prep High Middle School. This is funny, they put this in there. Was actually president of the PTO many, many years ago, and what a privilege that was. Dr. Raimundo's here, and actually we have quite a few folks over at Richardson when I was there, and my daughter and son both attended that school, and job well done. I remember how important it was to have parent involvement, but also how challenging it was. But the Richardson Prep PTO and team just did an amazing job over there. All right, let me get back to where I was supposed to be. As one of the highest achieving schools, Richardson has once again been named a U.S. Department of Education Blue Ribbon School. We've heard this a lot, but let's go ahead and give them another great round of applause. Another exciting thing we're celebrating tonight is our 35 schools that will be receiving PBIS awards. That's about half of our campuses, so outstanding job. Half of our campuses being acknowledged for PBIS. I know we're going to shoot for 100%, but gosh darn, that's a lot right now, 35 schools. All right. And our entire school district deserves a pat on the back for the work to improve the school climate for our LGBTQIAA+ students. That's right, San Bernardino City Unified School District is just one of 20 school districts in all of California to be designated as an Equality California Spotlight District, which is the highest recognition level. So outstanding job to San Bernardino City once again. We're treating all students with equity and equality. Well done. So as you visit with each other this evening, please pause to say thank you to everyone who is working to improve the climate and culture of our San Bernardino and Highland schools. Each of you deserves a round of applause. Thank you. And now I'm going to get ready to turn it over to Ms. Colleen Williams, who will MC the rest of the program, but I also want to introduce my colleague and good friend, Dr. Barbara Flores, who's also one of our other school board members. Welcome, Dr. Flores. All right, and come on up. Time to transition. Great job.
Well, Dr. Scott Wyatt, I just appreciate the levity that you bring to your presentation and help with the script. So thank you. Nice work. Well executed. I've got mine, so no excuses. So thank you to our board president, all of our Board of Education, and our cabinet members for this amazing opportunity to share with you the work of Student Wellness and Support Services. I think you already know my name, Colleen Williams, the director. I have the pleasure of leading an amazing team of folks. And we get to talk today about a couple different reasons to celebrate. So we're going to talk about the key components of implementing PBIS and honor our schools that earned bronze, silver, and gold awards through our California PBIS Coalition. And earlier this month, we also get to celebrate that the statewide Equality California Institute released the 2022 Safe and Supportive Schools Report Card, because we have to have report cards, right? This report shines a light on successes and challenges that California school districts experience in implementing LGBTQIA supports. As Dr. Wyatt mentioned, San Bernardino City Unified is one of just 20 California school districts to be awarded the title of Spotlight District. This is the highest designation that Equality California awards and centers that they award, and it centers around 5 factors: school climate, cultural competency training, transgender and gender nonconforming student supports, curriculum, and suicide prevention. Earning Spotlight status means that in SBCUSD, we are focused on ensuring that our LGBTQIA students feel safe and supported at school, something that's integral to their academic success. We analyze data from our annual Panorama Student Survey to determine our most urgent areas of need. We know that school climate has a direct impact on student outcomes. Research shows that when LGBTQIA students feel unsafe at school, they are more likely to drop out, skip class, score lower grades, and become involved in the criminal justice system. In turn, positive school climates characterized by lower fear and higher trust are linked to decreased dropout rates, improved motivation, and increased achievement, as well as improved mental and behavioral student supports. When we know that I lost my spot. We know that there is still a lot of work to do here in USD to ensure that all LGBTQIA students feel welcome, safe, and included in their school environments. So we will continue to train staff, support students to have a safe place on campus in the form of Gender and Sexuality Alliance Clubs, or GSAs, support individual needs through gender identity plans. And lastly, we are excited to announce that the Student Wellness and Support Services Department is working with GSA clubs to develop our first annual Pride event on May 20th of this year. Now, I'd like to welcome Dr. Vincent Pompey, our educational consultant and professor from San Diego State University, who has been working side by side with us in this work. Dr. Pompey cannot be here in person, so he's joining us virtually to share his thoughts on the San Bernardino City Unified School District Spotlight status. Please help me in welcoming Dr. Pompey.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Williams, for that kind introduction. I'm incredibly honored to be joining you all this evening to celebrate your district's well-deserved recognition from Equality California's Safe and Supportive Schools Index. Your dedication to the safety and inclusion of all students, including LGBTQ students, is deserving of the spotlight status in Equality California's Safe Schools Index. Just a few months ago, a national report produced by the Trevor Project was released, and it indicated that 45%, yes, 45% of our LGBTQ students seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year. That same report, however, found that these rates were significantly lower when LGBT youth had access to environments like their schools that were safe and affirming. This is an important piece of the evidence and the research that is being recognized by San Bernardino City Unified. Folks, LGBTQ inclusion work in public schools doesn't happen by chance. It isn't something that is automatic. LGBTQ inclusion work happens by design. It only happens when all school staff make a concerted effort to creating environments that are safe and inclusive and affirming for each and every one of our kiddos. As a researcher, I can say with confidence that the LGBTQ inclusion work in San Bernardino City over the past several years has been measurably life-saving and life-changing for countless students and their families. As an LGBTQ person myself, I would like to take this chance to say thank you on behalf of your LGBT staff, your LGBTQ students and their families, for working proactively in creating a safe, welcoming, and affirming environment in San Bernardino. When LGBTQ students feel safe and connected, school climate actually improves for the entire student population. So why would we not do this work, right? I can't close without acknowledging an incredibly important person, the incredible leadership of Mrs. Williams and the entire Swiss team for your dedication to this critically important work. You are modeling for the entire country what this work looks like, how to do it, and the positive impacts this work has on student learning and mental wellness. Thank you for all that you continue to do and for partnering with me in creating safe and welcoming environments for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pompey, for those encouraging words. I promise we didn't pay him for those words either. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge some of the district staff members who have dedicated enormous amounts of time, effort, energies in supporting our LGBTQIA students, helping us become a leader in this area and contributing to our designation as a Spotlight School District. When I call your name, please come forward to be recognized with a certificate of appreciation from our Board of Education. And first up, we have Dr. Jennifer Allen. Come on down. I believe there might be another board member in the house if you want to come on down. Two more. Thank you. Miss Abigail Medina and Dr. Gwen Rogers. Thank you. Next up is Jess Cavallaro. Brenda Freshwater. Brianna Kick. Okay, so a little bit of an adjustment if you can come down this way and start with Dr. Wyatt and loop around, and then we'll make sure you get your certificate. Autumn Rufus. Cece Navarro. And Nelson. As we get our last few down here with their certificates, audience, if you can please join me in giving them another collective round of applause to show our appreciation for their important work. All right, as they make their way to their seats, let's give them one last round of applause. Thank you so much for all of your work and dedication. All right, and now it's time to honor another group of stellar educators. Yeah, sorry, Dr. Rogers. You might as well. We appreciate you being here as we honor the 35 schools that have been recognized for their work around the board's goal to strengthen positive behavioral supports and systems across the district. While we're presenting certificates of recognition to the school and the site leader, this award belongs to everyone at each of these schools who's working to create welcoming, safe, and inclusive learning environments for all. Thank you to everyone working collectively to make an impact on our school environments, because our students deserve positive schools where they're held to high expectations and are supported by caring employees. Without further ado, the 2022 California PBIS Coalition Award winners will be honored, starting with our bronze schools. I now invite our board president and other board members and cabinet members to please make your way to the front of the dais, if you're not already there, so that you can help us to congratulate our schools and their staff. As I call your school, your entire team can come up, but we ask that you come this way, on my left, your right, if you're facing me, hopefully. I'll set some expectations for you. Tier 1, right? We're going to head this way in flow of traffic. Miss Carla Cross, the amazing Carla Cross, will hand you your certificate. You'll walk down the line and shake hands and be delightfully pleased with all of your conversations. And then for our bronze schools, we are going to actually take a collective picture all together. I do want to tell you that the amazing communications team has set up a selfie wall in the foyer for you, and we have amazing signs that you can utilize that Brenda Freshwater will hand to you so that you have an opportunity to take a team unique picture as well for all of the members that are here to celebrate with you. So let's go to our Bronze Award winning schools. Our first up is Arrowhead Elementary with Principal Dr. Maria Ordaz. Our next school is Arroyo Valley High School Principal, Mr. Bernardo Valenzuela, but I believe Mr. Ray Gallardo is here. Vice Principal Ray Gallardo, thank you, and team. And our last of 3 Bronze Award-winning schools is Lincoln Elementary with Dr. Heather Regalado. Huge thank you to our bronze winning schools. We would like to thank you from the Board of Education, the Cabinet, our Swiss team members as well, for creating those safe and positive environments for our community. Thank you again. Now on to our Silver Award winners. We have 21 of you. If you don't see your name up there yet, don't panic. We're doing you in 2 groups because there's 21 of you. So when I call the name of your school, I invite you to come forward to receive your special certificate and pose for a group photo. We are going to do 2 group photos for Silver because there are 21. And so we will start with, this is an alphabetical order list, with Barton Elementary with Dr. Janice Gordon as principal. Belvedere Elementary with Principal Erica Rios. Bradley Elementary with Principal Christina Tesmer. Brown Elementary, Principal Dr. Christine Ramirez Shows. Chavez Middle School, Principal Dr. Robert Morales. our child development programs with Director Latasha Kelly. Cypress Elementary Principal Ernesto Calles. Davidson Elementary Principal Tamara Brown. Emerton Elementary Principal Laura Ramos. Henry Elementary Principal Dr. Chris Tickell.
I'm gonna live.
You're gonna live?
No, I'm not.
All right, so our first group of silver schools, thank you so much. Our next round of our silver award winning schools, we're starting with Indian Springs High School with Principal Kristen Vikendova. And Kendall Harmon Complex with Principal Megan Silva. Monterey Elementary with Principal Diane Silva. Muscoy Elementary Principal Dr. Dana Jameson. Pacific High School with Principal Dr. Natalie Raimundo. Ramona Alessandro Elementary with Principal Teresa Hopkins. Rodriguez Prep, Principal Dr. Randy Clyde. San Gregorio High School, Principal Jorge de la Torre. Serrano Middle School, Principal Aaron Freeman. Urbita Elementary, Acting Principal Stephanie Saraceras. And Warm Springs Elementary with Principal Dr. Han Hibb. All right, as they are making their way to their seats, I would love for us to give them another huge SBCUSD round of applause. These leaders and their staff, students, families, and caregivers have done an amazing job of ensuring that they're developing schools that are welcoming, safe, and nurturing for all community members. And now I have the time and the honor to celebrate our 11 Gold Award-winning PBIS schools. So our gold receiving schools, your instructions are going to be a little different. So how this will work is you will be receiving a special certificate from our Board of Education, and you will be posing for individual school photos here in front with our board members and cabinet members. So we are celebrating your ability to exceed the goals by improving learning, increasing attendance, reducing bullying, and improving overall social and emotional competencies for students. We are starting with Anton Elementary with Principal Melanie McGrath. We're going to see how quickly we can move them in and move them out like a little accordion, right? Congratulations to Anton, if you all want to help me celebrate their success. Our next up, as they make their way, is Hunt Elementary with Principal Brianna York. Another round of applause for Hunt Elementary. Next up is Jones Elementary with Principal Cretia Sims. Thank you to the Jones Elementary staff, administrators, families. Okay, so I am going to ask that the next school is going to come down, and then the following school is going to line up at the ramp. So we'll get us moving, hopefully a little bit quicker. So, Kimbark Elementary Principal Eurydice Fitz. Lancashire Elementary, if you guys want to get on deck, that'd be great. Thank you kindly. Congratulations to Ms. Fitz and the Kimbark team. Our next up is Lancashire Elementary with Principal Yvette Peters. Come on down. Newmark, if you want to get ready, that'd be great. Oh. Congratulations to our Lancashire team. All right, next up is Newmark Elementary with Principal Dr. Emily Ledesma. Congratulations to our Newmark team. Next up is our Riley College Prep Elementary Principal, Jamie Arias. All right, Riley, college prep, congratulations. You know these schools have solid tier 1 in place because I see them lining up and lining up. Nice work. Love it, love it. Next up is Roosevelt Elementary with Principal Cynthia Zavala. Congratulations to our Roosevelt Elementary team. Next up is Vermont Elementary with Principal Anna Maria Perez. Congratulations to our Vermont Elementary team. Nice work. All right, next up is San Andreas High School with Principal Dory Stratton. Congratulations to our San Andreas team. And last but not least, Cajon High School with Principal Dr. Tina Bishop. Congratulations to our Cajon team as well. These schools are truly doing amazing work and deserve another round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you to all of our team members at these Gold Award-winning schools for creating welcoming, safe, and inclusive learning environments for all. As we wrap up, I would be remiss if I did not take a moment to recognize the staff responsible for supporting school teams in this work. The Student Wellness and Support Services staff members are assigned various lead responsibilities, from school climate and culture development to counseling supports to mental health therapy and wellness connections. This dynamic team of experts walk alongside schools in developing their welcoming, safe, and inclusive learning environments. Take a look at the screen. Thank you. Take a look at the screen to see our amazing staff members. Swiss staff members, as I call your name, please stand up to be recognized. Sylvia Aguirre, Jimnia Allen, Michael Benny, Erica Davis, Nicoletta Dragon, Brenda Freshwater, Melinda Goggin, Marissa Gomez, Susie Johns, Tanya Navarrete, Jacqueline Patrick, Teresa Ramos, Carla Rendon Salazar, Crystal Smith, Shyla Summers, and Kara Tofty. Audience, we have come to the end of our special reception and recognition. Like to look forward that we will have more, according to Dr. Wyatt, we will have more than 35 schools to celebrate next year. We're going to have to do like the running hand slap next time as you get your awards. But thank you for being here. Thank you for doing amazing work for our kids. And thank you to our board and cabinet for supporting such amazing work.
All right, folks, it is 5:30, and I'd like us to start on time, so I'll be waiting for the rest of my colleagues and executive cabinet to join us. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. Great to see you. Today is November 1st, another new month. Wow, this year is flying by, I tell you. But it's always great when we have such recognitions of our staff, students, community, so thank you again to everybody that's here. It's also the first day of Dia de los Muertos, for those of you that celebrate that particular celebration and honoring the dead. And, I think it was, which two schools we had that did really, really outstanding ofrendas, as they call them. And I want to make sure I get them right. Lancashire and Vermont. Well done, Lancashire and Vermont, on your ofrendas that you did at your school. Very, very nice and absolutely beautiful. So we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. We will go ahead and start with our Pledge of Allegiance. And today, our color guard from Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy will be leading us in the presentation of the colors and the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, yes, Del, give a big round of applause. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This is the Pacific's not doing it. This is the Pacific's not doing it.
Okay, so that's it. Wow, well done, and well done, ladies. It was definitely a color guard of all young ladies. Always great to see them in uniform. Well done, outstanding job. I always get excited when I see that, so fantastic. All righty, we'll move on to 2.3, approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any items that we need to amend or pull? Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, President White, we would like to pull 8.2.
8.2. All righty. Any other items? Okay, let's go ahead and vote on the agenda as amended. All right, agenda and motion carries. Just want to say thank you to Dr. Funches for his serving as the administrator in charge. Well done, sir, and it's been a pleasure. And welcome back, Mr. Solon. So it's second time around. Our expectations are higher the second time around. I want you to know that. So we're going to raise the bar one more time. Anyway, thank you both, gentlemen. All right, at this time, we will move on to 2.4, inspirational message, and that is me, Ms. Myra Ceballos.
Thank you so much, President Dr. Scott Wyatt. Welcome, everybody. Good evening. Just want to start off by, again, I came in a little late, but recognizing all of the different schools that were recognized and the staff tonight. And with that, I will go on and to my message. So today, I want to read a little something for you all around leadership, and it's titled, Be Who You Are. Many leaders today feel great pressure to succeed, and as a result, create and accept a pseudo-self. This is a version of them that hides their warts and magnifies their best traits. Unfortunately, Those who know us best, and even those who simply work with us every day, see right through this. They recognize our true self and know we're not embracing that person. We won't reach our full potential by investing energy into creating false versions of ourselves. So here, let me share with you some helpful practices to cultivate the essential leadership trait of authenticity. Practice self-awareness. Before you can release your true self, you have to recognize your true self. Too many people refuse to accept and even name their weaknesses, struggles, and pitfalls. As a result, they accept a version of themselves they believe others will like better. 2, question yourself. I encourage leaders to evaluate their self-acceptance with honest questions. Whose attention do you crave? Are you chasing the approval of friends, colleagues, and customers? What is it you don't like about yourself, and how can that shortcoming also be a strength? Self-diagnosis can lead to self-discovery, which is the only path to authenticity. Number 3, move from self-promotion to storytelling. I can appreciate the effort made by individuals in the public eye to shape their personal brands, but I also worry about the effects this can have on living an authentic life. If you want to be a change maker, begin to see public outlets as places for sharing your personal story. Number 4, resist the urge to create a digital alter ego. Refuse to hide behind a website or Facebook page. Instead, adopt the mindset of Claire Diaz-Ortiz, Social Innovation Director for Twitter. Social media is not just about being connected, it's about being transparent, intimate, and honest. Learn to laugh. I lost count, maybe 5. Don't take yourself too seriously. Instead, grow comfortable enough with who you are to laugh and laugh often. When you are able to accept and even chuckle at your blunders and mess-ups, others will too. And this common experience will help you bond with them. Build a support network. Beware of the temptation to surround yourself with flatterers who only tell you what you want to hear. Keep honest people in your life that can help you stay grounded and keep from thinking you've arrived. And lastly, be interested over interesting. Be more concerned with listening instead of talking, and focus on others and not yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Appreciate the inspirational reading. All right, we will move on to 3.0 special presentation recognitions, 3.1 PBIS award-winning schools recognition. And welcome again, Ms. Williams.
Good evening. Thank you, Board President Dr. Wyatt, Board Vice President Mr. Tillman, members of the Board of Education and Executive Cabinet. I'm Colleen Williams. I have the pleasure of being the Director of Student Wellness and Support Services Department, also known as SWIS. Thank you, Board, for your commitment and clear direction to support our work in this very important area. Thank you for our audience members for joining us this evening as our Board of Education honors more SBCUSD schools for the positive impact they are making in the lives of our students. As you know, creating safe and nurturing schools is everyone's responsibility. This year, 35 SBCUSD schools, which is about half of our campuses, were recognized by the California PBIS Coalition for their work around the board's goal to strengthen positive behavioral supports and systems across the district. Earlier today, we held a reception to recognize these climate and culture teams for their excellent work implementing positive behavioral interventions and supports, and our student wellness and support services team. Now I'm pleased to reintroduce these teams as we recognize those 35 schools before our Board of Education and the audience watching at home. Our Bronze, Silver, and Gold Award-winning schools were selected for this honor because the California PBIS Coalition has determined they're effectively creating welcoming, safe, and inclusive learning environments for all students. Our Bronze Award-winning schools are Arrowhead Elementary, Arroyo Valley High School, and Lincoln Elementary. Let's give them a big round of applause for our Bronze Award-winning schools. Thank you for creating safe and positive environments in our community. We have 21 silver schools, starting with Barton Elementary, Belvedere Elementary, Bradley, Brown, Chavez Middle School, Child Development Centers and Programs, Cypress Elementary, Davidson Elementary, Emerton Elementary, Henry Elementary, Indian Springs High School, Kendall Harmon Complex, Monterey Elementary, Muscogee Elementary, Pacific High School, Ramona Alessandro Elementary, Rodriguez Prep, San Gregorio's High School, Serrano Middle School, Urbita Elementary, and Warm Springs Elementary. If we can give them a round of applause for that work. And lastly, our 11 Gold Award-winning PBIS schools are and include Anton Elementary, Hunt Elementary, Jones Elementary, Kimbark, Lancashire, Newmark, Riley College Prep, Roosevelt Elementary, Vermont Elementary, Cajon High School, and last but not least, San Andreas High School. They deserve a huge round of applause. These school leaders and their staff, students, and families are developing welcoming, safe, and nurturing learning environments for all community members. Together, these schools have met and exceeded PBIS goals by improving learning, increasing attendance, reducing bullying, and improving the overall social and emotional competencies of students. Thank you to everyone working collectively to make an impact on our school environments, because our students deserve positive schools where they're held to high expectations and are supported by caring staff. Audience, let's show our appreciation for all of these 35 PBIS award-winning schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. As we said earlier, that is a lot of schools, and what an amazing presentation we had in recognition of all of them. And I know it'll only go up. I have no doubt about it, but great job again to our schools, and just how proud we are of all of them. All righty, we will move on to 3.2, Equality California recognition. And I think that's you again, by the looks of things. Well, you're gonna be busy tonight.
Hey
All
there.
right. I know you're filled with pride right now. Well done.
I am. The team, we have another reason to celebrate this evening. The Student Wellness and Support Services Department has been busy working on supports and services. While the work remains to ensure that all students feel welcome, safe, and included, this school district should be proud of all we're doing to specifically support our LGBTQIA+ students. Recently, the statewide group, Equality California, named the San Bernardino City Unified School District a 2022 Spotlight District, the highest designation given to districts that are outshining others in the areas of school climate, cultural competency training, supports for transgender and gender nonconforming students, curriculum, and suicide prevention. Only 19 school districts around California earned this title. Everyone who works in this important area deserves our gratitude, because our work is truly changing the lives of students. On behalf of the Student Wellness, or SWIS department, I would like to thank our Board of Education for this steadfast commitment to the well-being of our students. And thank you everyone who is making hope happen. Thank you.
Well done again, and outstanding recognition once more. I was like, I don't know if I should let you sit down yet, but I think you're in the clear. So we'll move on to 3.3, National Blue Ribbon School Special Recognition, and welcome Ms. Ontiveros.
Thank you, Board President Dr. Wyatt, Vice President Mr. Tillman, board members, and cabinet. It is my pleasure tonight to join the celebration of our award-winning work across our district and in our school sites. We are so proud of the work that Ms. Williams and her team has done, and we shared our recognition with them earlier this evening. But now we are thrilled to turn our attention to a single school that has brought national recognition to San Bernardino. At this time, we're shining a spotlight on Richardson Prep High Middle School for being named a U.S. Department of Education National Blue Ribbon School. Yeah, I'd say that's worth a round of applause for sure. This federal award recognizes public and private elementary, middle, and high schools with either high overall academic performance or where major gains have been made in closing achievement gaps between student groups. Student scores and other factors are used to measure student success, and only 3 schools in all of San Bernardino County received this recognition this year. National Blue Ribbon schools like Richardson are fulfilling the promise of American education, that all students, no matter their zip code or name, can flourish where schools provide safe, creative, and challenging learning environments. National Blue Ribbon schools are models of consistent excellence, and this evening, we are celebrating Richardson for reaching and teaching every student. This is the 3rd time that Richardson has been named a National Blue Ribbon school. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome to the podium Richardson Prep High's principal, Miss Jenny Vatier, and she will tell us, I'll give her a round of applause. Perfect. She will tell us more about her school and how they became a national model of excellence. Jenny will be joined by her students and a teacher who will also speak. And at the conclusion of her remarks, I'll invite them to remain here up front to take a group photo with all of you.
Good evening, President Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, board, cabinet, and community members. If I could have my Richardson team join right here. All of you, thank you. As you just heard, I'm Jenny Vatier, the very proud principal at Richardson Prep High Middle School, and we feel so honored and privileged to be here tonight with all of you to share in our recognition of being named a 2022 National Blue Ribbon School. I will be sharing a little bit about what values, programs, and people have contributed to our success and excellence, and ultimately this recognition. When we were invited to apply for the National Blue Ribbon Award, it was almost daunting to think how we could possibly capture all of the wonderful, strategic, intentional, supportive, and enriching programs and people we have at RPH in a written application, just using words. How can you possibly describe the feeling you get when you come onto our campus or sit in our classrooms or cheer for our athletes and musicians? At Richardson, our motto is high expectations with high support for all, and we genuinely mean and execute this with everybody. Teachers, administrators, students, parents, support staff, custodians, community members, and partners. We believe that we are all capable of the highest achievements and performing at our best with the intention of growing our scholars to be citizens that make a difference not only for themselves and their families, but for this community and this world. We also know that we all need layers of support in some areas and enrichment in other areas to provide individualized paths of travel to get to our destination. Our teachers approach teaching and learning with compassion, understanding, and the drive to move students to the next level. Our AIM program, which stands for Academic Intervention and Monitoring, runs every single day after school until 5 p.m. for our scholars who need some additional time and mentoring to complete assignments and assessments and show their ability to meet grade level standards. We value our families and ensuring that we have a welcoming, nurturing environment, so we host things like family movie night, coffee with the administrators, transition day for our new scholars and incoming students, and parent nights. However, what really makes Richardson such a special place to serve is the people. Our staff come to work with open hearts and minds and work hard every day forming relationships with our students that create a safe, rigorous, and fun learning environment. Our parents and guardians trust us with their children and send them to school each day with their support and encouragement. Our students come to school each day ready to engage and participate in their learning for the purpose of growing, thriving, and excelling. They respect each other, the staff, and our school, and take pride in being a Richardson Tiger. We have a saying, once a Tiger, always a Tiger. And when you have Tiger alumni coming back as student interns, tutors, or when a parent tells you they attended Richardson and couldn't wait for their own child to be a Tiger, you know we've created a culture of tradition and a memorable time in the lives of many citizens in the city of San Bernardino. And now, speaking of our wonderful scholars, I will introduce and invite one of our Tigers to the podium. Lino Gomez is an 8th grade student and will tell you from a student's perspective what it means to be a Tiger and why he loves Richardson so much. Thank you for the honor and recognition and your time to recognize our Blue Ribbon Award tonight, Board and Cabinet. We value your support and look forward to continuing to make you proud.
Good evening, board members, cabinet, Principal Vitir, Vice Principal Cabanas, and attendees. My name is Lino Gomez, and I am an 8th grade student at Richardson. The National Blue Ribbon Award that Richardson received demonstrates the academic excellence that the administration, teachers, and scholars at Richardson represent. During my time at Richardson, I have experienced a great amount of support from my teachers and the entire staff on campus. Over the course of my 3 years at Richardson, we have transitioned from distance learning to in-person learning, and the positive environment has never wavered. The teachers are dedicated and want to bring the best in their students. Everyone at Richardson demonstrates their school spirit and their commitment to their education. Being a Tiger is to be a responsible and respectful student and citizen, along with being able to demonstrate ownership for one's actions, along with being able to have a positive, hardworking attitude. I have been given every opportunity to excel across academics and extracurricular activities, especially sports. It is an honor to be given this opportunity to represent the Richardson student body as we receive this honor. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Go Tigers.
Thank you, Ms. Vitir and the entire Richardson team. An amazing job, young man. Very much a great representative of your school. So congratulations to your entire team. We'd now like to invite the Board of Education to come down in front with the cabinet to take a group photo with our national blue ribbon winning schools. So thank you so much. Congratulations to Richardson Prep Middle School. I want to ask if our audience would give one more huge round of applause. This is a huge deal for our community. And join me in saying, "Go Tigers!" All right.
All righty, outstanding job once again to Richardson Prep. Well done, and they'll be represented in Washington, D.C. this week. So enjoy the trip, and thank you again for representing San Mateo City Unified School District and our city and our community at the highest level. It is appreciated. We'll move on to 3.4, school showcases. Following schools will be Urbita Elementary School, Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy, and San Gorgonio High School. And see, we have somebody presenting for them? Absolutely. All right, let's do it. We're there. All right, come on down.
Let's give a round of applause. So Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, sir.
Board President, Vice President, Mr. Invite Urbita Elementary School to showcase or present their school showcase to show the amazing work that's happening on the campus on behalf of their students and their staff. So welcome. And I will turn it over.
All right, thank you. So good evening, President Dr. Wyatt, Vice President Mr. Tillman, members of the board, cabinet, and our distinguished guest here today. I have the pleasure of following a fabulous student scholar who has gone up in our system and is just representative of our students as a whole, right? So my name is Sarah McCain, and I am the proud former principal of Urbita Elementary. And tonight I have the pleasure of co-presenting with the fabulous program facilitator, Ms. Cheryl Flores, on some of the amazing things taking place at Urbita that contribute to our scholars' success. We're going to share with you a video that we created that highlights some of the systems, events, and activities that we've put in place to create a positive school culture. We know that when students feel safe and like they belong, they're more likely to come to school. Then we'll present some of the strategies that we've incorporated to improve student attendance. After all, students need to be at school in order to learn. After that, we'll touch on some of the systems that we've developed to improve student academics and teacher performance. Finally, we'll close the video with Career Day, as our goal is to support our scholars in developing the skills necessary to be successful in their chosen future careers. We'll let our video do the rest of the talking.
very abrupt ending to the video, but thank you also to all of our district departments that help support all of our events. So it takes a team, right, to raise our kids. So shout out to them if we can give them a round of applause. And so we just wanted to take a moment to kind of highlight a couple of activities that we have and systems that we've developed at the site. We'd like to emphasize that we develop systems at our site with the input and in collaboration with those that it impacts. So our systems are designed to support our staff, our teachers, and our scholars. And as you saw in the video, we have Tier 2 systems of academic support for students to provide appropriate interventions to scholars in both language arts and math. And these groups are fluid and they're based on data, and that's in the form of push-in and pull-out support depending on the needs of the class and the students. But we also designed a proactive system of support for our teachers that provide our grade level teams with approximately 3 hours of planning time each week. And this is structured time, and that's in addition to the Monday planning that they get already that's built into our MOU. And this is critical for our teachers as this collaboration time leads to quality first instruction. And effective first instruction contributes to improved student outcomes. So while our teachers are planning, the scholars participate in a variety of engaging learning rotations. We had limited pictures for that, but with some of our fabulous resident guest teachers. Students take part in 3 block rotations. One is an art or science enrichment block. They also participate in Imagine Learning in language arts and math in differentiated lessons that are tailored to their needs. And then finally, a block of PE to make up for the 50 minutes of mandated PE that's required in addition to the PE they receive from the teacher. Meanwhile, our grade level teams analyze student data, they identify student needs, they reflect on their prior teaching, they plan based on those identified needs, and they develop formative assessments to measure student progress and growth. So you can see that these rotations, everybody benefits. The teachers benefit from the planning time, and the students benefit from having their differentiated needs met. So as you can see, our academic systems are both proactive and reactive because that's the current context that we're in. So I'll turn it over to Cheryl.
Thank you for allowing us to share just a bit of what we do here at Urbita to support our teachers and improve student outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate it. Just want to make a brief announcement. Dr. Scott White had to leave for an emergency, so I don't know whether he'll return or not, but he's out right now. Thank you. I think next up we have Devaleo Leadership and STEAM Academy. Welcome.
Now it's on, huh? Good evening. As you can see, I brought the family with me for support. And so to our board president, even in his absence, Dr. Wyatt, to our vice president, Mr. Danny Tillman, to Mr. Sullins, our acting superintendent, and to our cabinet and all of the members present on the rostrum, we thank you for this opportunity to show a spotlight on just a glimpse of what we do at Devaleo Leadership and STEAM Academy. It is my honor as the principal, Jackie Maynor, to lead this amazing team. I have with me this evening my co-administrators, Cassandra Williams and Mr. Edward McMillan, along with my counselors, my new counseling team. We are re-energizing, reinvigorated, and as Dr. Wyatt pointed out, yes, we will be here next year for the PBIS Awards because you have put a spark of fire in my school culture and climate team. We are very excited for the work that we're doing. I have some amazing staff members, and as you can see, they did not consider it robbery to give up a few moments of their time this evening to come and support our school because we believe in the amazing work that we're doing. So what we have tonight for you is a brief synopsis of just all of the things that we're doing at Devalejo to make it a great place to strive and thrive, because that is our goal. Our students need to feel, and that's what we've been working on so much at Devalejo coming out of that pandemic, not only that they are nurtured, not only that they belong, but they are a part of the learning environment, and we want them to know that we care about them and we value their presence on our campus. We are there for our students. So what we have tonight is a glimpse of all the things we do to rebuild our culture and climate so that everyone that walks on our campus feels safe, they feel included, they feel that they belong, and that they are valued. We want them to know that we respect them for who they are and what they bring to our campus. We value the diversity that we have. We are establishing systems that will be culturally responsive to the needs of all of our students. With the assistance of this board and cabinet, along with Dr. Greer, we are so excited to now have Sankofa on our campus. We started at the 6th grade, and my 6th grade team is here. So you will see what they do in their class when it comes to Sankofa. Not everything is highlighted because they are big on community circles in their program, as well as AVID strategies and all of the things that go in making a well-rounded scholar. They have a rigorous learning environment in Sankofa. When you walk in that room, you can ask any scholar and they'll tell you exactly what's going on in the room. We are doing a hybrid model to support what is going on with the math labs. That was the initiative for this year. And our model looks like this. It's 6th grade. We have math lab as well as push-in model. Thanks to the board as well as the cabinet, secondary ed for the support, we have 2 resident guest teachers along with an instructional assistant that actually goes into that math lab each and every day. And when they're not in the math lab, they actually go into the classrooms. We have smaller class sizes at the 8th grade, and with that smaller class size in the math 8th grade classes, it allows for our teachers to do a push-in model and be able to focus directly on the needs of each and every student group in their classrooms. In 7th grade, we had to go both ways, push in and pull out, because our 7th grade population is the largest population on our campus. So we had to do some things that were very unique to the students coming back in order to make sure that we meet their needs. We are re-energizing our AVID program because we know that AVID is a district-wide initiative, but we also know that AVID works. And so what we're trying to do is rebuild our AVID system, because with all of the things that came about with COVID, our AVID program did suffer. But we are on the rise, and we're very excited about what's going on with AVID. We are also very excited about the fact that we are helping our students to become civic-minded and community engaged. We want them to know about all the things that are going on that will have an impact on their lives as adults. And so that is the environment that we are creating. And so when you see our presentation, we hope that you will see all of the things that I just described in this presentation. So again, this is just a brief synopsis of Devalejo and all of the wonderful work that this team is putting in, and I am so proud to lead them. So here we go.
We We are the 323rd Battalion and are the most highly decorated battalion in the district. Our drill team is placed highly in every event and category that we have entered. Our program teaches respect, discipline, and most importantly, leadership. We are committed to service in our community. We have been fortunate enough to partner with the Zoo Chi Foundation to pass out hundreds of meals to those in need. Additionally, we have a recycling and sustainability program in place at Del Vallejo to reduce the waste that comes from our site. Our cadets participate in numerous events inside and outside of the school day to learn, grow, and build skills. Our focus is to create well-rounded individuals that are college and career ready.
Total score. So what are the two things being compared right here? Level and total score of those videos.
Put them in order of the data so that if somebody else were to try and reconstruct this, they could actually do it in that same order. So I would put whatever the first piece of data is in your sentence first. So at the beach, it would be time compared to seashells.
We should do graph 1, right? Yeah. Sentence. So like 1, 2. What's the next number, Eddie? 3. On graph 1. 4, 5. So just a whole 6.
It goes up to 10.
We can count by 15.
Yeah, 15.
So work with each other.
So my PSC and my point of confusion is up to this point, how is the hypotenuse calculated? So basically what I have so far is the triangle that was in my problem. I have the amount that have both sides and what the lengths are, but I don't know what the length of C is. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Wait, so this is your notes, right? We can look it up.
And my tutorial question is, what was the purpose of acid caliphate that started to rule?
I was the first caliph ever chosen.
We aim to create highly competitive college and career-ready scholars throughout all of our programs. We cannot wait to see your scholars here. At Del Vallejo, we are committed to the community and civic engagement. We have been focused on increasing parent engagement with all of our programs. Our Back to School Night and Parent Night brought record attendance for both events at our site. Come see for yourself what amazing programs and people we have at Del Vallejo. October is Hispanic Heritage Month, and to celebrate, our students and staff created a cafe of information about numerous Central and South American countries. Attending each booth was a student expert that was able to inform students and staff members of the importance and the impact that each of these countries and its people have made on our world. In honor of Dr. Margaret Hill and all those whose lives have been forever changed by cancer, Del Vallejo held a breast cancer walk to raise funds for research into finding a cure for cancer. Over 2/3 of our scholars were able to participate in the walk and make a difference.
Thank you. And so again, just to say, parent engagement has been something that Del Vallejo has been working on for years, at least since I've been there, right? And so to see the numbers of parents we have when we have our parent engagement nights, our family nights, or any activity that we have that allows the family to come and partake and enjoy the learning environment, we are excited. Our parent groups are now starting to flourish. We actually have members attending our meetings and wanting to be on our meetings, and we have to have elections nowadays. It was just volunteers before, so now we have to have elections in order for our parents to actually participate in those parent groups. In addition to that, when we did the breast cancer walk last year, because this is our second annual, it was just something to get the kids engaged. And at first, the kids just wanted to be out of class, right? But this year we asked for dollar donations and we doubled the amount of kids that contributed. So on behalf of Dr. Hill and Devalejo Leadership and STEAM Academy, we were able to raise $500 to donate to Susan B. Komen Foundation. As you saw in our presentation of Avid, the student that was doing the math problem, and he had to wrestle with the Pythagorean theorem, I came up with my own Pythagorean theorem for that, and I have shared it with my staff, and it is appreciation squared plus benevolence squared equals compassion squared. And that's what we have at Devalejo, because at Devalejo, we truly believe education matters. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Ms. Maynard, we have a couple comments from the board, so hold on a second. First, I want to start with Dr. Flores.
Thank you for coming. I know it's late. I'm just so filled with joy and love to see you here. And I'm so happy that you can tell that you are together and that you are for our kids. And that's what we need in a fine leader like yourself, Ms. Maynard. And I love your Pythagorean theory. Our kids need to know that we care. And when I was a high school teacher, my kids would say, Miss, we know you care. You need to go and get your doctorate so you can teach other teachers to care. And so, I just see that love and spirit in all of you. So thank you for all that you do. I know it's not easy, and I'm real excited about the Sankofa curriculum, and that's marvelous. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Thank you so much again. I'm really excited about the Sankofa, definitely. I know AVID is one thing I pushed throughout the district, but I'm excited that you're going to move forward with that. And do not ever feel bad that we struggle sometimes. It's because COVID, everyone struggled. But the fact that you're picking up on it and you know what's priorities. And I do want to ask a question with regards to Sankofa. I know we have an elementary school. Is it Brown Elementary, or I'm trying to remember? Hunt. But was it always Hunt? Because I think Dr. Casey was,
Rio Vista.
Right, yeah, because I remember being part of that and going to visit her classroom at Rio Vista. So I'm curious to see, do students from those sites, if they want to continue Sankofa, go to Del Vallejo, or is this something that's more supported within the school site there?
No, students are actually bused to Del Vallejo. We currently have one bus of students that are being bused in for the Sankofa program.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. Okay, that's good to know. Definitely let us know how we can help support and expand the program if it's needed. Definitely, thank you.
Dr. Flores again.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Dr. Funchess and I met with my good friend Sharif Al-Miki, founder of Developing Black Educators out of Philadelphia. We had a Zoom meeting with one of his staff members and together, and we were so excited because they invited us to our district. I was going to share it later, but they invited our district to join the 1 Million Teachers of Color campaign, and they want to start at middle school. So guess what? You're going to be it. and it's to build Black and Latino middle school teachers of color, and also all our other, brothers and sisters, our indigenous brothers and sisters, our Asian brothers and sisters, and our immigrant brothers and sisters, they have this campaign, and they had such exciting things to share. Dr. Funchess, and we asked them about curriculum. We asked them about Black culture and history, and they have robust curriculum to share with us. So go ahead.
As always, we are looking for innovative ways to engage our young people.
and get them excited about education. And one of the ways that we can do that is through getting them interested in the teaching profession, which we've been trying to do over the last few years, right? But there's another opportunity coming our way to engage our young people. And as Dr. Flores said, we had a meeting yesterday online with a group that are very intentional about that progress and about those type of systems that we can put in place. And we want to engage not only DV, but other middle school youngsters who want to join our fight, if you will, to get them interested in teaching and get more young people of color interested in coming into the profession. So we're looking forward to getting with you, Ms. Maynor, and engaging our board in that work as well. Thank you, Dr. Flores, for the handoff and the connection yesterday. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Funches. And I want to say great presentation. And I know you're doing a good job there. And I know your whole team is bought into your vision. And that's a big deal. I know you have a security guard that works there named Kenny Calvin. And I happened to golf with Kenny, and Kenny told me that Ms. Maynard said as long as you and the board support her, she can be successful. So I want to tell you, this board supports you 100%. Whatever you need, we're here to give it to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. You all have a wonderful evening.
Yeah. Thank you, Principal Maynor and team. Next, I would like to invite up Principal De La Torre from San Gorgonio High School and his team to show us all the wonderful things happening there. Principal De La Torre.
Good evening. Third time's the charm. Vice President Tillman, members of the board, members of the executive cabinet. My name is Mr. Jorge De La Torre. I'm the proud principal of San Gorgonio High School. It's my pleasure to provide you with some highlights from our school this evening. And our time is limited, so we will try to go as fast as we can. Next slide, please. So this evening, we would like to highlight our Spartan ethos, our moderate severe program. Our pathways will be highlighted by our awesome link learning specialist. And finally, our video announcements will be highlighted by our wonderful students. Next slide, please. So ethos is an ancient Greek word meaning character. As we teach our students, we want to develop good character traits. As you can see, the beginning letter of each word is slightly highlighted to spell the word care. I believe we're in times that we must make extra efforts in showing that we care for one another. Teaching these character traits shows that we care. And as I look at each of these words, teach our students courage, do the right thing, be the example, to confront their fears. Some of our scholars, our students, they fear that they'll lose a friendship if they want to hold their friends accountable, which brings us to accountability. Want our students to be prepared, to be ready to learn, get enough sleep is being part of being prepared. Be self-driven and accept responsibility for their actions because that makes them relentless. We want them to learn from their mistakes. They can't continue doing the same thing over and over again and expect a different outcome. They need to start, follow through, and complete all their requirements. Like a true Spartan, never give up, never surrender, because that's what elevates them. We want them to challenge themselves. I tell our students, if it was easy, we would all be getting good grades and being top performers, but it's not. They have to challenge themselves and rise to the expectations. And of course, help others. We got to ask for help. If we ask for help, that shows that we care. So these are the character traits that we want our citizens to have in our Spartan community. And not just our students, but also our teachers and staff and everyone involved. Thank you. Next slide, please. So now I want to highlight our Mod Severe program. So returning from in-person learning, new program, new teachers at San Gorgonio High School. But I can't be happier with what our program has done. And I have a video to show you which highlights the 5 domains in the Mod Severe curriculum, which are domestic, vocational, community, functional, recreation, and leisure. Now, the video does go by fast. It may be hard to read the descriptions that are included in the video, but we're happy to share a presentation with you so you can view it at a later time. So with that, we can go to the next slide and play the video. So we definitely love our students, and I really enjoy watching this video. It makes me happy to see our students enjoy school, and they hold a really special place in my heart. You've probably seen on some of the slides, they're very well included in our school. They attend games and our activities, so they're a really big part of our school. So it makes us really happy. Special thanks to Ms. Gates, Ms. Aaron, Ms. Ramirez, and their support staff for creating an amazing program for our kids. So thank you. And we'll go to the next slide. And for this, I would like to welcome our Language Learning Specialist, Ms. Marianne Davari.
evening, board members. My name is Marianne Davari, and I am the Link Learning Program Specialist at San Gregorio High School. Tonight, I'd like to present the amazing things our college and career pathways have been doing this past year. Next slide, please. Of course, I would like to start off with our incredible achievements. All pathways are A through G aligned. 6 pathway courses are articulated with a local community college. All pathway courses have a San Bernardino Valley College early college course aligned with it. Next slide, please. I'm very proud to announce that already this school year we've been awarded 2 Link Learning Silver certifications. This is the first time we've been recognized for the high quality opportunities we're providing our students. Our first pathway was the Project Lead the Way biomedical pathway, and our latest one is our Child Care Occupations pathway. I'd like to share with you a few highlights from our 8 pathways. Next slide, please. Our automotive pathways are articulated with San Bernardino Valley College, which means that by taking this course, students not only receive high school credits, but will receive 3 college credits if they earn a B or better. Next slide, please. The Child Care Occupations pathway is not only articulated with San Bernardino Valley College, but the students are also part of an internship program. Students work with local preschools and elementary schools who are working as student teachers, offering academic, social, and emotional support as needed. Next slide, please. Our construction pathway has been giving back to the community by building a shed for the local women's shelter, and also helps to build theater sets for the theater pathway. Next slide, please. The Digitech pathway is articulated with San Bernardino Valley College. Students in this pathway help to create school-wide posters, flyers, and brochures for events such as blood drives, Spartan Ethos, and the 5-Star program. Next slide, please. Our hospitality and tourism pathway. Students are learning event planning, catering skills, and have worked with the community serving food at various local events. Next slide, please. Our Project Lead the Way biomedical pathway was our first silver certified pathway. Students received honors credits and articulated college credits through San Bernardino Valley College. In this pathway, students earned CPR certification, crime scene analysis, forensic training, and so much more. Next slide, please. I'm very pleased to announce that this school year, we've been very fortunate to bring back the Project Lead the Way engineering pathway. We are starting with a freshman course. If students choose to continue in this pathway, they will be able to do 4 years of coursework, which is the same thing that we have with our biomedical pathway. Next slide, please. And our newest pathway is the theater arts pathway. This pathway, students are pursuing careers in the performing arts. The pathway has submitted for articulation through San Bernardino Valley College, as well as been able to secure a faculty member from CSUSB as one of their industry partners. Next slide, please. This is just a small snapshot of the pathways at San Gregorio High School. The only way you would really understand the amazing opportunities our pathways are provided is to come out for a visit. I personally would like to express my gratitude to the board for releasing a Link Learning Program specialist at every site. As I am speaking for my colleagues, we are able to dedicate our time to ensure the experiences in the pathways are high quality and preparing our students for both college and careers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davari. We're very proud and excited as we move forward to gold certifications. So next up, we have our wonderful students who will talk about our video announcements and provide you with their student report on all the high school events for the month of November. Round of applause, please.
Good evening. My name is Paulina Rodriguez, and I am very honored to be here tonight. I am currently a senior this year at San Gregorio High School. I am proud to be the varsity cheer captain and have been a part of cheer for 4 years of high school. I was also honored to be elected the student body president and have been with ASB for 2 years. After high school, I plan to attend California State University of San Marcos and pursue a career in psychology.
Hello, my name is Brandon Abrams. I'm currently a sophomore at San Gregorio High School. I've been in ASB for the past 2 years and currently serve as the lead of the Sound and Spirit Committee. I'm also honored to be a part of both the varsity cross-country team and the track and field team. After high school, I plan to attend college and pursue my lifelong dream of becoming a film director and business reseller. I'm very honored to be here in front of all of you to tell you about our accomplishments in doing our digital announcements.
This year, when Mr. Delatorre encouraged us to create video announcements to publish daily to our whole school to see, all classes are required to play the announcements during their second period class. The switch to the video announcements has been great for our school. The videos have allowed us to build school spirit and create a more positive school climate.
Through the process of making these announcements, we have been able to learn real-world skills like editing, lighting, sound mixing, and even script writing. The process of doing them daily means every day we get to learn more, try again, and get better. And as they are videos, we can look back over time and see our growth and improvement.
The reception from the students and staff has been great. Teachers are seeing the positive reception from their students, which inspires us to try harder and keep growing and improving.
Another huge benefit is the school has gotten to see more of the amazing things going on campus. By being able to feature highlights of our campus life, accomplishments, and activities, the Spartan community is able to see all of the great things happening that they might not have even known were happening if we didn't have the video announcements.
Thank you so much for your time tonight, and please enjoy this edit of a few of our announcements. Next slide, and please play the video.
Good morning, Spartans. I'm Brandon.
And I'm Paulina.
Here with your announcements for Wednesday, October 5th. First up, Spartans, some school business.
Attention Spartans, this week is the last week of the first quarter. Make sure you are getting your work done and attending all your classes. Let's finish this quarter off strong. Homecoming week finishes tonight with our Under the Sea Homecoming Dance. The dance starts at 6 p.m. and tickets are still on sale. Yesterday was Senior Sunrise. Let's go check it out. Wow, that looks like so much fun. It's homecoming week. Get excited. Today is rally day, so show your Spartan spirit. Come down to the ASB tent for fun games and get your 5-star points for participating in our Spirit Week. SJHS Spartan Theater Company presents the fall production of Clue, the #1 high school comedy in the nation. Let's go to Brandon to hear more about the play.
I'm Brandon and I'm here with
Han, Rochelle.
So Han, how was opening night?
I think it went really well. Of course, we had like our nervous tics, but I think we pulled it off really well, and I'm happy with how it went.
Right. So Rochelle, when's the next time we can come out to support you guys?
Well, tonight, the 21st at 6 p.m. and tomorrow at 2 p.m.
Sounds good, Spartans. You heard it here. Come support theater.
Now some information from our athletics.
Our Spartan football team travels to A.B. Miller High School this Thursday, October 6th, to take on the Summit Skyhawk.
Good luck to girls tennis versus Kaiser, away dismissal, 1:10 p.m.
Girls freshman JV and varsity volleyball versus Summit, away dismissal, 1:25 p.m.
Those are your announcements for today, Spartans. Remember to care for yourselves, care for each other,
and care to make a difference. Good. We would also like to share with you the upcoming events at the high schools.
Upcoming events for Arroyo Valley High School are November 2nd and 3rd. Band Orchestra are having their fall concert November 10th through the 12th. Theater fall production from 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. November 14th will be Coffee with the Principal from 10 to 11 a.m. November 16th, Dream Act FAFSA workshop in the Family Engagement Center from 9:30 to 11 a.m. November 19th, Pure Land Food Drive. November 10th is their ELAC meeting, and School Site Council meeting is on November 17th. On November 13th, Arroyo Valley will be having a rally to celebrate being selected as a CTE model school.
Upcoming events at Cajon High School include their annual canned food drive from November 1st through November 10th. They also have an El Ritmo de Mi Tierra Folclórico performance on November 3rd, as well as a blood drive on November 3rd.
This month, Indian Springs High School is having a sophomore lunchtime event on November 10th, an open mic competition on November 15th, and an ASB leadership conference on November 21st.
Middle College High School is having a mock trial competition versus Redlands High School at San Bernardino County Courthouse on November 2nd at 5 o'clock p.m. On November 3rd, they're doing a school-wide college registration day for SBVC classes. Then on November 4th, they are holding an after-school sports tournament. On November 10th, they have a Knott's field trip for their AVID students. And on November 28th, they have a freshman field trip to UCR.
This month at Pacific High School, they are having their Powder Puff football game on November 9th and a blood drive on November 15th.
Currently at San Andreas High School, they're doing their College and Career Week. They are having a College and Career Fair on November 3rd from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. They also have a blood drive on November the 2nd.
Upcoming events at San Bernardino High School include CTE Department's trip, where the Cardinal City Bake Shop, Shirt Makers, and Nest Coffee Cart are a part of special breakout sessions at the Fall CTE Conference on November 17th.
San Gregorio High School had a Dia de los Muertos concert today and their annual marching band tournament, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. on November 5th. They also have a FAFSA workshop planned for November 10th, and our ASB is going to a leadership conference on November 21st.
This month at Sierra High School, they are having a senior night on November 10th, as well as a College and Career Week from November 14th through the 18th. They are also having their soft opening of their Health Fair and Resource Center on November 29th from 12 to 3 p.m. And that is all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And great job, students. Did a wonderful job.
I'm assuming you have questions for the kids.
I'll start with Dr. Flores.
I don't have a question. I just want to commend you for your, how would you say, your abilities to just get enthusiastic about the news and so forth. You got me excited. I was so excited about all the events that you were announcing. And it's good practice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I see you as newscasters eventually, if that's where you want to go, or even doing it in college or whatever. But it's just marvelous to see you. And I also want to commend you. I forgot your name. Oh, yeah, Mr. De La Torre. I was going to say Jorge. I'm sorry. Mr. De La Torre and your staff for getting 2 silver-linked awards. That's big. That's a very, very big. I am so impressed also with all your pathways. I mean, it's just incredible, and how you have articulated them with Valley College. That is super. That is incredible. And that will give our kids just a leg up in terms of pursuing, their AAs and then moving on. And I like the fact that you have on here the salaries of all the different occupations, so that the kids can see, if they work hard, that they can achieve these, and this is a pathway for them. So I commend you for all of that, and so proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Rogers?
Thank you, and I want to congratulate everyone tonight, but I first will ask the students, your digital announcement, is that under a digital pathway? Is that where it came out of, or it was just your idea?
We are looking to make it a pathway. This is kind of like the start to that.
Exactly. Okay, great. So you all did a great job. And I think you also should connect with the other schools, because this would definitely be a great way to do the announcements, because even though I enjoyed the announcements that you gave us for the high schools, but it just wasn't as theatrical as it was with hearing it digital. So I encourage you all to do that. You did an amazing job. It's great. It's creative. I love that the bottom of the screens was just like watching the news, like it's at 7:30 p.m. Be there. So good job on that. And then to everyone tonight, to our Urbita, to Devalejo, and of course to Sanji, you all did an amazing job. We appreciate this. It's so important for us to hear about all the creative things that are going. I mean, obviously, I try to get to many things and peek in as much as I can. But when you come and you present this to us, it continues the hope that we need to know that we know that there's difficult times, and our students have to stay engaged in doing other creative 21st century things. But each of you pointed out academics as well, because that's the business that we're in. So your creativity, as you said, Principal Maynard, you said creativity. You have now created your own scientific, mathematical equation. We applaud you for that effort. But again, this helps us again to carve out what we want to see in the future. And we definitely want to see our students connect, be creative like this, and then make sure that academics are at the top of the list, because that is exactly what we do. And the parent engagement, always love to see that. Parent engagement and student success is the key to our future. So each of you schools, we appreciate you coming out tonight and presenting to us. And congratulations to the staff that stayed up and enduring. I know you guys are going to leave because you know we're going to be here for a longer time. But thank you, and good to see you all.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Ms. Ceballos?
And I won't repeat everything that's already been said, but thank you for coming out and sharing. I really enjoyed each and every one, from the family engagement pieces that you have. I think it was Orbita. I was sitting here thinking, like, man, was that during school day? Was that after school? Like, it got me thinking, because, watching the families just come out and, have picnic and just share the space and share with the educators, right? We often, as parents, sometimes don't get that opportunity. And so the fact that you're opening up those spaces and really inviting parents, it's huge. And also congratulations. I like's been said, I got really excited as well. I think you get to connect with your peers better that way. Sometimes we can say things quite boringly as adults, right? And it goes in through one ear and it comes out through the other. So it doesn't have that same oomph coming from you guys. And so I was thinking back and I was like, man, if I was a high school student, I'd totally be like excited, because one thing that we don't realize is that you guys look up to each other, right? We look to our peer. When we're younger, we look up to our parents and the adult, but once we get to that age, we look towards each other for that acceptance and things like that. So I love the fact that you guys are doing this. Congratulations, for encouraging this as well. And I just had one question, because I was quite impressed to hear that all of your A through G, all of your pathways were A through G aligned. And so the question that I have is every student on your campus on a pathway? Okay. How many, what percentage of your population would you say that is? And if you don't have the exact number, that's fine.
I don't have the percentage, but we do have our students on there.
What is your total school population?
We're at 1582.
Okay. Okay, so it's actually you're pretty high up there, because it says on your pamphlet that you gave us, your student enrolled is 1530, and then students in academy is 1132. So that would be 73%. So that's really impressive. So keep doing that, because up here at the district level, our high school graduation requirements are not the same as our A through G requirements. And I would hope that our board here, we could eventually get to where we align those two, where we align the high school graduation to meet the A through G graduation as well. So I want to commend you for that as well. So thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Bias. Ms. Rosales Medina.
I'm sorry, could I just say something on the
Yes.
brochure? The brochure, we have redone them, and so we're waiting for them to come back. So that is why I did include the insert for the new pathways that we brought in this year. So that's why our number was a little lower, and that's why we're at 1589. And so then when we get the new brochure, we can definitely give it to you, so.
Thank you. Ms. Rosales-Medina?
Oh, this is exciting. It's always exciting to see because how our schools, especially San Gregorio, and I know all of other high schools as well, how they're aligning and using the community college as a way to, to have students take the courses there. I mean, it makes perfect sense. And so I'm really excited about that. Thank you so much. I do want to bring back, we used to have students come to the board meeting, and it would be brief, it wouldn't be too long, where they would come as students and share the activities that all the high schools would be having for the month or the week or the 2 weeks that they would have. But I like the idea with Dr. Rogers mentioned how school sites can create their videos. What if we have the videos, maybe a 5-minute video showcasing all of our high schools, or maybe a little bit longer, at every board meeting, so that way we can have the news conducted. So that might be a suggestion that I do have. And that way it shows others that are viewing us online, the amazing work our students are doing and just how wonderful and talented they are as well. So I definitely want to have, put that out.
Great idea, Ms. Medina. Mr. Del Torre, and to everyone else, a great presentation. To all the schools that came out tonight, I hope the word has gotten out that the district has additional funding, one-time funding, to buy things one time. And so I just hope that you're getting the word that there's additional money to purchase things at your sites. When I look through this brochure and see all the technology, I work in technology, so I know how quickly it becomes obsolete. So I hope you all are taking this opportunity to make sure that we get the updated cameras and computers, and you're talking about engineering. All that stuff involves equipment and computers that become outdated quickly. And if you truly want to prepare our students for after they leave high school, then it's best to give them access to the most up-to-date software and computers that exist. So I'm encouraging you now to make sure that you use this moment with this additional one-time money. We have $70 million this year, $200 million next year, to make sure you put in for that additional funding. And then you go through the channels to your principal, and then the principal goes wherever. But if all else fails, then you call somebody on the board and say, hey, we need this, and we want this, and how do we do it? All right? And thank you again. You did a great presentation. Thank you. And that brings us to 3.6, resolution in recognition of Veterans Day. And I know that Dr. Rogers' husband was in the military for a long time. I don't know if he's retired, but I know for years he was even in the reserves for a long time, and a lot of his family members were too. So I'm going to have you read that resolution, if that's okay with you, Dr.
Yes,
Rogers.
thank you so much. And yes, he retired last year, 20 years of service to the Army. We are now reading to you 3.6. Whereas in 1918, on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, an armistice, a temporary halting of hostilities, was declared between the Allied nations and Germany in World War I. And in 1919, President Woodrow Wilson proclaimed November 11th as the first commemoration of Armistice Day, and 1938 it became a legal federal holiday. And whereas in 1954, after having seen through both World War II and the Korean War, Congress amended the Act of 1938 by striking out the word armistice and inserting the words veterans. And November 11th became a day to honor American veterans of all wars. And whereas originally moved to the fourth Monday in October in 1968, and after it became evident that the actual date of Veterans Day carried historical and patriotic significance to many Americans, it was returned to its original date of November the 11th, beginning in 1978. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education does hereby recognize November the 11th, 2022 as Veteran Day and calls upon every person to honor those men and women who have answered the call of service to protect the great nation, encourages all district schools to undertake educational activities that commemorate the history and contribution of our nation's veterans. So moved.
Second. It's been moved and second. Vote, please. Thank you very much. You know, every now and then I like to give a little tidbit of information about our board members that people don't know. And board members are real shy, they would never tell you. But we actually have a board member who's a teacher of teachers. That's Dr. Flores. And I want to have her read the resolution 3.7, resolution in recognition of American Education Week, including National Education Support Professionals Day and Substitute Educators Day. Dr. Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman, Vice President Tillman. Many people don't know, but I retired after 40 years of teaching teachers. And I was also a high school teacher for 5 years as well. So I'm quite I am an educator, and I loved it. It was a joy to teach so many people. Resolution 3.7, in recognition of American Education Week, including National Education Support Professionals Day and Substitute Teachers Day. Whereas following World War I, when it was discovered that many of the military draftees were illiterate, representatives of the National Education Association and the American Legion met to seek ways to generate public support for education, resulting in the first observance of American Education Week in December 1921. And whereas now recognized annually, the week prior to Thanksgiving, American Education Week is a time to honor those educators who introduce students to the wonders of reading, how to reason with numbers, explore the mysteries of science, learn about history and how it affects us today, and the importance of being healthy through nutrition and physical activity. The classroom is where students learn to think, solve problems, and cooperate with each other. Now more than ever, educators work tirelessly to keep student learning on track. And whereas National Education Support Professionals Day is celebrated the Wednesday of American Education Week and honors the contributions of school support employees, these support professionals provide invaluable services and are essential partners in the education process. The day honors a long list of professionals who keep schools running smoothly, including paraeducators, site secretaries, clerks, health aides, office assistants, recreational aides, and many others that support educators. These professionals do their part in the making public schools places every child can be safe, learn, grow, and achieve. And whereas Substitute Educators Day celebrates substitute educators, also known as guest teachers, on the Friday of American Education Week to highlight the role and importance of the substitute teacher and increase appreciation and respect for these unique professionals. Also referred to as guest teachers, they provide a critical link in the education of public school children by serving as a bridge to provide continued quality education in the temporary absence of the regular classroom teachers. Therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District recognizes November 13th through the 19th, 2022 as American Education Week, November 16th, 2022 as National Education Support Professionals Day, and November 18th, 2022 as Substitute Educators Day. It is the time to celebrate the potential of all students and to acknowledge and give thanks to the teachers, guest teachers, and support professionals working within the educational system to ensure every child receives a quality education. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Vote, please. Thank you very much. That brings us to public comments. This is the only time the public will have the opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda and within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, and fiscal matters. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. Once the board adjourns to closed session, in-person submissions for public comments will no longer be accepted. First up is Ms. Kimberly Calvin and Micaiah Lee and Brianna Lepe.
Good evening, everybody. Y'all here? So tonight I came with some people that I thought that you might want to meet, and since it is Devalejo night, we thought that we would come down and support, since we are the organization that provides the after-school expanded learning programming for Devalejo Middle School for the past 2 years. And I would like to introduce to you Mr. Micah Lee. Mr. Micah Lee is our site lead and ACOMA's most senior mentor. He's been with us for 5 years, even though he's getting ready to depart. Actually, this coming Friday will be his last day. He is going on to greater things, and we are so very excited because that is what ACOMA is actually about. When folks, our mentors, come to us, some of them are new in regards to mentoring children, but we also make an investment into all of our staff because we want them to grow and learn and utilize ACOMA as a stepping stone. So Mr. Micah will be leaving us this Friday. And then we have Miss Brianna Lepe. Brianna, you there? And Brianna is a mentor as well at for ACOMA Unity Center at Devalejo Middle School. So first, thank you, Vice President Tillman. And in President Wyatt's absence, board and cabinet, we are very happy to be here. I thought that after the last couple of meetings that it was important that we come down and shed a totally different light, actually share some of the truth with you as to what ACOMA Unity Center has been doing in the district with your support for a numerous amount of scholars. Right now, we are way beyond 5,000 scholars that we have been able to serve in the past 6 years, and we're excited about that and very happy to be on 4 separate campuses and also provided some summer services too for one of our charter schools here in the district as well. So what you have before you, everybody have their pamphlet? Wonderful. So what you'll see is on your first page when you open it, we're going to discuss what we were able to do on Devalejo's campus last year. And we could not have done that without your support. And so first I would also like to say thank you to Dr. Rodriguez for her advisement, for her leadership, and of course, Ann Pearson for all that she does. Let me just share with you that having Ann Pearson aboard in that position, it has been a major game changer. We feel totally supported, not that I didn't, because Mr. Dennis Warman and I had a very good working relationship. And the only thing that Dennis Warman ever spoke to ACOMA about was that, when are you going to finish your garden? And so, unfortunately, he has not been able, since he left the district, he hasn't been able to be there. But that was the only thing that Mr. Warman ever spoke to us about, is how fast can we do that garden. And once we received that funding, from an outside source, philanthropists, in 2019, it took us, that we had to go down for COVID, but we now have 2 gardens at Acoma Unity Center. And I saw a teacher, Miss Fawcett, in the back from Rio Vista, and I wanted to give her a shout out as well, because what Miss Fawcett does is Miss Fawcett brings all of her special needs scholars over to Acoma, and they get to work in the garden. So Acoma's garden is actually an outdoor classroom. And Miss Fawcett came about 2 weeks ago. They painted pumpkins. We set up some tables for them, for the scholars right there in the garden. This is their second time coming, so it is extremely therapeutic. It is very good for those scholars to be able to get outside the classroom and actually put their hands in a little bit of dirt as well, so that they can see and understand what is actually going on in our garden. Again, without that support that we have been receiving from CAPS this year, we wouldn't be where we are. We wouldn't be able to have done as many projects as we have on Devil-Ajo's garden. So, I mean, wow, I just gave that up. Because we are going to be planting a garden at Devil-Ajo. So you'll see in your flyer, and this was actually Mr. Micah's topic to present, but I'll just go on since I led directly into it. But we have received the funding. Director Pearson has been able to find that, so that vacant land that you see right there is in the middle of their campus. We've already had our master gardener, Mr. Kevin Head, has already gone over, mapped it all out. All of the supplies are now being ordered as we currently are speaking. And you will be seeing fresh fruits and vegetables growing right there on Devil-Ajo's campus. Their community garden will be led by the mentors there on the campus who have already helped us with. It's 3 of us. We did 15 already? Okay. So anyway, I'm going to let Mr. Michael then follow up.
Good evening, everybody. So I'm gonna just go ahead and continue really quick with the garden. As you can see on your pamphlets on the STEM section, we start off with our scholars with hydroponics. That is how we first started having the idea of having an outdoor garden at Acoma Unity Center, is how with our hydroponics program. That just got the kids interested in learning how a seed grows. We started from actually germination of a seed, watering it, putting it in a little bit of dirt, watching that plant come up. So that is how we sparked the idea, and that's how we got our scholars deeply involved in gardening. And that will then move on to gardening outdoors. I'm going to go over to my section right here from the previous year of last school year. We have our culturally affirming SEL. Last year, as you can see in this picture, this is Devil-Ajo has obviously everybody knows, mainly black and brown population there, and we wanted to come in and in an Acoma way and show how we appreciate everybody's culture, everybody's way of life. And one of the ways we started that in the beginning of the school year was with our own ofrenda, which was a really big hit, and which was everybody participated in. African Americans, Latinos. It was a really good thing to see them come together and appreciate each other's cultures. In fact, some of the images on our ofrenda, some were Latinos, some were African American. So we came in and we wanted to bring in our Acoma culture, so we brought yoga. It did pretty well with our scholars. It was new for them to have to kind of chill out for a second and focus on breathing and just thinking to themselves. But I will say that it definitely maybe sparked something to where they started thinking more about self-care. We're really big on self-care at Acoma Unity Center. At Devil-Ajo, wherever we're at, we like to bring that. That's our culture. As well as holiday giveaways, family. Family is very big with Devil-Ajo culture as well, and Acoma Unity Center culture. So we do our holiday giveaways like we do, just like how we would do it at our own community center. So we had our turkey giveaways where all of our scholars were given 1 turkey per family. That was a surprise to a lot of families, moms and dads coming to the door to pick up their kid. That's something they for sure never experienced coming from their after-school program, as well as a Christmas program where we had gifts to raffle off, which included skateboards, backpacks, gift cards, just all kinds of things. And so it's been a really great time being at Del Vallejo. This year we have tremendous help from teachers. We have Ms. Vaughn, actually, and that's our certificated staff member who is there with us Monday through Friday after school. She is able to either do tutoring in her room or tutoring with us, as well as looking up those grades for us, which is ultimately the most important part, right? It's making sure those grades are good. So that is everything that we're doing that was last year. Some of those things are in effect still this school year, and it's going really good. Oh, we also have Art of War Boxing. Art of War Boxing is done by Deputy Arthur Satterwhite. He is from San Bernardino. He actually attended Arroyo Valley High School. He is a man of public service, and he also likes to spend his time developing young men and women in boxing, but also teaching that discipline that comes along in boxing. So every Monday that he is there, it is not always boxing that they're learning. Sometimes he just could come in and say, hey, you guys are a little bit rowdy today. Let's sit down, let's have a chat. Let's sit down and have a talk. Or let's go run on the lap real quick. And so having Deputy Arthur Satterwhite with Art of War Boxing has definitely been a big plus. It's a really big hit with parents and students. They love the fact that they feel like they're, training for something, definitely. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm speaking on behalf of Acoma and Del Vallejo Middle School and STEAM Academy. I want to say that I'm honestly really honored to be here today, considering that I once was a kid at CAPS, so it's pretty full circle for me. And I feel like from my experience being in CAPS, Acoma has been very enriching. I feel like it's been very engaging for the students compared to when I was in CAPS, so props to Acoma for that. Also, I just wanted to continue on the culture affirming CEL 2022 to 2023 part of the brochure, and just talk about what we've been doing in our clubs. So we have cooking club, esports club, and art club. I'm mainly focused in art club, and right now we're making our ofrenda for this year, because obviously today is Day of the Dead, and it continues into tomorrow. So we have clubs Mondays and Wednesdays, and enrichment on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So it's I'm really excited to show our Acoma team our final result for our ofrenda, and just celebrate our culture tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to that. I also wanted to talk about the STEAM activity that we did in the bottom of the same section of the brochure. It's on heart biology, and I wanted to share that the first water bottle is the atrium, and then the straws represent the way the blood flows. So then it'll go into the middle water bottle, which represents the ventricle, and then out into the third water bottle, which is the rest of the body. So the brain, the lungs, and I just thought it would be very enriching to these students to have a more challenging aspect to STEAM, and a science aspect, a mathematical aspect, because I believe our scholars are capable and very smart of understanding how like our body works, how like certain aspects of like science works, you know. I think we have a very promising generation at our school to just like lead our future. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
And if I could just end with speaking about Sankofa.
Real briefly, Ms. Calvin.
Just real briefly, I want to speak about Sankofa. I want to thank Dr. Gwen Rogers and Dr. Real Greer for the Sankofa program becoming a magnet program, because now CAPS has also provided transportation so that we have scholars from Hunt Elementary and from Devil Middle School every single Saturday are able to be transported to Acoma Unity Center for the Sankofa Saturday program. This is growing immensely. We now see parents that are coming all the way from the east side to the west side to be able to sit in with their scholars and spend the day out there at Acoma from 10 to 2. This past Saturday, we had our Harvest Fall Festival, and the scholars that are usually transported by bus, some of their parents brought them. So this past Saturday, we had the highest number of Devil scholars coming from their school to Acoma. It was 12 scholars. That's a lot, right? Because they've never sometimes even traveled 2-3 miles outside of their own home. So we really, really, really are grateful for that type of connection, because the Sankofa program that is at Hunt and is at Devil is able to come and receive African drum and dance and a lot of other cultural enriching programs and opportunities at Acoma on Saturday. So we thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I believe we have one virtual. Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, we do. That would be Mrs. Negretti. If you're available, please unmute.
Good evening, board members. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Good evening, board members. I just want to share a little bit, because in tonight's agenda, as in several previous agendas, I see that there is a renewal of CAPS contracts, amended contracts, and of course, new contracts. And in my opinion, public funds could be used to address current needs at schools. And so the continuous needs at schools are non-existent in the agenda, such as the hawk fence to provide better safety at Arroyo Valley. The hawk pool also needs to have the broken tiles replaced in that wrought iron fence, or something better than the chain link fence that is there now. The broken playgrounds at all elementary schools should be removed and replaced before they cause any serious injury to children. And if there are any ESSER funding available that could be used to perhaps extend the outdoor shaded areas, or to create permanent outdoor covered areas at all schools that don't have any, I would really like to see that funding go there. Lastly, a few meetings ago, I brought to your attention the senior picture sitting fee. And although the board, as a board, you seem to share a common interest in doing something about it. To date, none of the agendas that followed that meeting have shown that you as a board would take timely action. And those pictures are coming already this mid-November. They start. And so Cajon sitting fee is $30. Arroyo Valley sitting fee is $20. And so in closing, I also want to bring to your attention the substitute from Kendall Elementary that was arrested today. I sure hope that has a district that the parents received a letter notifying them of what happened with that substitute. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Negretti. That brings us to closed session. Ms. Cunningham, are there any closed session public comments?
No, there are not.
The board will now go into closed session. Thank you. Okay, we have a quorum, so let's go to actions reported from closed session, 6.1, expulsion of students.
Second.
Moved in second, vote please. Six point two, be resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts recommendation and findings of facts of positive youth development and orders the suspension
So moved.
or expulsion of the following students with identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Ed Code Section 48900. It's been moved. Do I have a second? So moved in second. Vote, please. Motion carries. 6.3, students recommended for expulsion but terminated in student assertive discipline due to completion of youth court, availability of other means, or correction and/or due process error. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves the following students were recommended for expulsion, but expulsion is deemed inappropriate based on the due process errors, insufficient evidence, and/or the availability of other means of correction in compliance with the Education Code Section 48900. Therefore, although they were recommended for expulsion, the expulsion is not granted. Have a motion, please.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Vote, please. Motion was approved. 6.4, other closed session action. Executive contact. Be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts the notice of recommendation for disciplinary action and statement of charges to dismiss the following classified employee from his/her employment with the district, HR class 2223-01 ER.
So moved.
Second.
So moved in second. Vote, please. Motion passed. Brings us to 7. Item number 7, reports by union organizations. 7.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association. Are they available?
No report.
7.2, California School Employee Association.
Yes, we do.
Yes. Hello, how are you? My name is Nancy Garcia. Good evening, President Scott, board members, administrator in charge. My name is Nancy Dalia Garcia. I'm the secretary for CSEA Chapter 183 and part of the negotiation team. First and foremost, we would like to thank the board for hearing of what we had to say the last few board meetings and listen to us regarding the needs of our members. And we are happy to announce that we have come to a tentative agreement on all articles that were opened. And we just, CSEA have submitted the paperwork to begin the 610 process. CSEA looks forward to for future collaborations with the district to meet the needs of our members. I would like to give a shout out to our negotiations team, our committee, and joint study group committee, who continue to spend countless hours in the interest of our members. And we would like to highlight our health aides who do all they can to take care of our students to keep them safe and healthy, as well as our nutrition staff who are some of the first faces our students see in the morning to provide them a healthy meal and who work tirelessly to make sure that the food is delivered and available in a timely manner. Once again, we want to thank the board for all that you do and for the support that you continue to provide to our members. Thank you so much and have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a good night also.
Thank you.
Communication Workers of America.
No comment.
And 7.4 is San Bernardino School Police Officers Association.
No comment.
And that brings us to item 8, 8.1, mandated policy requirements.
So Vice President Tillman, that item was pulled.
I thought it was 8.2 that was pulled. Is 8.1 also?
8.1 is just the explanation of the
So
mandated.
that's been pulled. Well, that takes us to item number 9, reports and comments. Number 9.1, board members. And I'll start with Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. I just want to, first of all, again, applaud. There were so many activities going on over the past week regarding harvest, celebrations, and I just want to applaud all the schools and different ones I was able to visit. And then I also want to just put on the radar of us. I've been a part of Toastmasters before, and it's just it's really something that our students can benefit from. I don't know if we have any relationships with any of our local Toastmasters, but it would be great for us to look into that. And then lastly, I do want to say that I hope that our academic numbers are going to come back for discussion really soon. That's something that, again, we are the Board of Education, and we're here to make sure that our students are succeeding. I'm sure by now all of us seen them, whether individually or throughout social media. They are challenging, very, very much so challenging, but they represent our students. And so we want to make sure that we are going to have conversation about that very, very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Great, thank you. First of all, I want to say Feliz Dia de los Muertos, which is the Day of the Dead, in celebration of Day of the Dead. For all of our Latino communities, Mexican American communities, and so forth, this is one of those days where we take the moment to really recognize our family members who had passed. So I'm really glad that many of our schools were celebrating this amazing event in our schools and bringing that cultural awareness as well. I also want to speak on on regards to the teachers that are receiving. I know we approved this $500 stipend for their costs that they annually spend out of their own pocket. So I guess my question, and you don't have to answer it here, maybe on a board correspondence, is are the sites removing the $500 per teacher from their own budget, or are we adding additional funding to their budget to cover the $500? So that's just something I want to note, because I was made aware that some sites are actually from their own budget pulling for the $500, and many teachers are not able to purchase. So I don't know, maybe it's just something that if we can have some clarification.
Mr. Sullins?
Yeah, so it's a quick clarification. These dollars are not coming from site budget. So these are dollars that are provided by the one-time funds that we secured. So if there are sites where we're hearing that, please let us know, because that should not be the case.
Okay. Oh, thank you. That would be good. I will definitely ask them to reach out. Who should I ask them to reach out to?
They can reach out to Robin Alberton in my office, and we'll get that taken care of.
Thank you. And I do want to make, I know I made this statement at the last board meeting, and I will continue to share. The Iranian women, youth, children, and men, I receive a lot of videos of what's happening to many of the children, and like I said, children, men, women, young youth. You don't know how much I am, how proud I am to see how youth now these days, even when you see our youth here at the board meetings and speak up and organize, how brave they are. And so they're currently fighting in Iran for their basic human rights, and I do want to continue to share that until they are able to receive that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Flores?
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Ms. Medina, would you like the board to consider a resolution in support of them?
I would. I know this is something, and this all stemmed, you know, from, you know, the morality groups that were, you know, being very strict on when it comes to the hijab. And it's not against the hijab, because we want to make sure here in the United States too, we support those that want to wear it, and we should not tell anyone, you know, no woman, no one individual to not wear any. You know,
We
yes.
want to limit the back and forth discussion because it's not agendized.
Okay, so I just want to show that I
But
would.
if you're
That would
asking
be
Dr.
amazing.
Flores that if you want to have a resolution, we can.
We have a consensus
Oh,
or
do
is
we-
this the time to
We
ask?
can, if you want to agendize, do we have the consensus to agendize the resolution?
I'm sorry, but I'm not even sure what we were asking to agendize. I was trying to hear what it was. I don't even know what it is.
I would suggest maybe getting more information how we would, because we want to be very sensitive how this is created, because
Hold
we
off.
want to
off on it,
do
okay.
not want to disrespect either, but at the same time we want to support those that are suffering right now. So if we can have someone maybe help us really look into
Yeah,
it.
we got you. Dr. Flores, go
Thank
ahead.
Yes, and I also understood that some teachers' funds from school sites were being restricted because they were getting the additional 500. So I will refer whatever the school, and maybe clarify to principals that they should not be doing that. Okay. I also want to commemorate the Dia de los Muertos. That's a day in our culture where we honor all those who have passed from our lives, you know, our ancestors, our grandparents, our loved ones, and you know, I grew up, you know, in that culture in terms of honoring our dead, honoring and providing them and remembering them. We remember them all the time, but we form altars and with pictures, mementos, and in Mexico, especially in Oaxaca. I don't know if you noticed what I was wearing today, but I bought this in Oaxaca, and it's for Dia de los Muertos. So this is my jacket in honor of them. And it's a very healthy outlook of the birth, rebirth, death cycle. And so we commemorate it. And our Native American brothers and sisters also have this tradition, and also many African cultures as well. So I just wanted to share that with everyone. I wanted to also share with my colleagues and the public that I attended the last Higher Ed Legislative Assembly hearing at Cal State on ethnic studies. And I was very proud to state that we as a district not only passed a resolution but a policy, and that we've been working on this for quite a long time, since about 2014. And the statements I did make was to also highly recommend that our legislature establish an ethnic studies certification, so that we have teachers who are certified, that know the history, that know the culture, that have been trained, in order to teach our children. And for those veteran teachers that we currently have, that they go through professional development and also get certified, so that we have a robust teaching force, knowledgeable teaching force, and we comply with the law. Because by, I think, 2025, 26, ethnic studies will be a graduation requirement. I also was going to share that we met, Dr. Funches and I met with Sharif Miki, who's the founder of the Center for Black Educators Development Foundation, nonprofit in Philadelphia. And they just have a robust program going. And we're so encouraged by him. And I hope that later on we can bring Mr. Tillman into the board for us to join as a district the 1 Million Teachers of Color campaign. It also includes also 30,000 school leaders of color by 2030. So it's like a succession plan, and so that we can, dial in on it and really, really focus in on it. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Ceballos.
Thank you. Just really quickly, first, I want to start off by letting the board members know, actually notifying them about the earliest. Sorry, give me 1 second. I will not be present November 15th, which is the next board meeting. So I would like to participate virtually. It is a November 15th. Yeah. Yeah, it is a, I will be attending the conference in DC. It's the NALEO conference, 39th annual. So I'll be there. So just notifying you of that to be able to attend our board meeting virtually. Also, I want to just remind us of the different policies that I've been requesting. Again, I still haven't heard from anybody about the translation of the IEPs. I haven't heard from anybody in regards to the conflict of interest board policy. And as far as the facilities use agreement policy, it's also been a while, and I know that we've been working on it in the subcommittee. We weren't able to re-meet most recently. So in light of that, I know that we do have one alternate position, maybe adding a second alternate so that we are able to move forward with district business because, I mean, the request for these has been at least half a year now, if not more. So it's moving very, very slow in the process. And so it's having to go to subcommittee, which again, I see the value in it, but also we need to make sure that we do expedite that process and we're not holding processes back. Also, I received an email earlier in the month, actually, and I had forgotten to bring it up last time, but I had a question in regards to special education litigation. So in general, any litigation that happens should come through the board first, correct?
So litigation that's handled on behalf of us through our JPA, that is handled through the JPA. That is not necessarily going to be through the board. We do share information with the board with regards to litigation. In circumstances, however, when we are going through our property and liability JPA, they are the ones who would handle that, and that gets approved through their board.
So remind me, what is JPA?
Joint Powers Authority. So it's a, I don't want to say conglomeration, but a group of districts that join to have economies of scale in handling matters, particularly surrounding insurance.
And this is in general or specifically speaking about special education?
Anytime there's a property and liability claim against the district, it would be handled through the JPA.
Okay, because the reason why I'm asking is because, again, you know, this is obviously it's a public case now, and it's something that I didn't hear about it through the district. I heard about it through outside, you know, just public people sharing information. And so, you know, it would have been nice to have known about this and the fact that it went all the way to, you know, due process and so forth. And this is specifically the district with a, you know, on behalf of a parent, on behalf of a student for special ed matters. And so I guess the question that I'm trying to find out is, when do these cases come before the board? When do we see them? Do we have any say?
Yeah, Mr. Bias, what we can do is we can have the staff compile a list of all outstanding cases and then give us that in closed session.
Well, that I would have really appreciate that. But I guess the question that I'm asking is, does that is that a common practice? Do we usually do
And
that?
we can have them explain the process in closed session also,
Okay.
because it involves litigation.
Okay. All right. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to.
Mr. Tillman.
Yes.
Mr. Tillman, I'm on the box. I just had a quick question. How are we capturing the request for agenda items? It feels like we back at it again, and everybody tries to remember where. I know board docs is a little different, but where are we storing that?
You're making a good point, Dr. Rogers, but as a board, we all have a number of requests, right?
Right, right.
And it's always been the practice, if you have a request that's a priority to you, then the thing to do will be to look for consensus for that item. Now, there's never been a time when a person can give you a list of items they wanted to agendize, and you just would agendize 3 or 4 things for a board member, because we have so many items routinely coming to the board anyway. The best way to do it, I'll just use an example, is you take one item, even at this time. This is an item, I like to agendize it. Do I have consensus to do it at the next meeting or within the next 2 months?
And you're adding what I'm saying, because each time, every meeting we get one, but they're not stored, and then she'll bring up and remember,
Right,
I'll remember.
but
where do we put them?
But if you don't get consensus to bring it up, you could bring it up forever.
And all of these ones, is my point, is they've had consensus, but we don't have them stored anywhere in any order or merit of whether they're going to be
And you're
brought
right,
back.
some of them have come up, been
Yeah.
addressed partially. So
So I'm just saying we have no trailing document on.
why don't we
them.
do this? Why don't we agendize
Putting
an item for board policy discussion? Have staff come to us, because they have a timeline, because some of the policies are mandated and have to get taken care of. And that's why we get them presented to us.
Right.
It has nothing to do with what a board member wants. You have to get them done. The laws change, and you have to make the changes. But outside of those, we can see what the proposed schedule is to present these items to the board.
That's what we used to have. So if
Well, it has to be
I don't know if
agendized,
that's
so we'll look
is
for in the
that
near
an
future,
agenda?
have it
Yes.
agendized.
Thank you.
And the remember, the board comments is usually one time through. So I understand, but I just see the Christmas lights going on. So I'm telling you, Dr. Flores.
I don't do it all the time, I'll
and
tell you
Mr.
that, but
Biles,
I want a clarification.
I'm gonna let you guys go one more time, and then that's gonna be it. Dr. Flores?
I just wanted to recommend that we put in a procedure. That's what she's asking, a
When
procedure.
and Dr. Flores, when it gets agendized, we can discuss all that.
Right, okay.
Mr. Biles?
So thank you for clarifying that process, Mr. Tillman. So as you know, with that new information for me, the policies is something that we've already gotten consensus on, and it's not something that's coming to the board, so it's not something that has to be agendized. I'm waiting for the specific departments to schedule the meetings with a subcommittee policy group, and I haven't yet heard from anybody. So we're not even at the point to bring it before the board as an agendized item. And like I said, it's been quite a while. For the second alternate for the subcommittee, so I look now to get consensus. Would we be able to agendize having the discussion on potentially adding a second alternate to the subcommittee's policy subcommittee?
We agendized an item for board policy, all that can be taken care of. And we said that's what we're going to do next. The next step will be to agendize an item to discuss board policy in total.
So do we have consensus for that?
I'm looking down at, and Dr. Flores?
Is this for establishing procedure?
To discuss board policy as a whole. And the procedure would include that. Yeah. And that, Mr. Bias, is how you do it. You got consensus, so now you'll see it on a agendized.
Okay, so For the second item, then, can I get consensus to have on the agenda discuss the process or procedures for litigation, right? The second thing that I had brought up.
No, I think what we want to do is, I think we're going to have, when you talk about litigation, it has to be discussed in closed session anyway. And we have asked, so you will have it agendized in closed session to discuss.
So for closed session, I don't need consensus?
I think we have consensus to do it.
Okay, okay, just making sure. Thank you.
For my board comments, one, I want to encourage everyone to vote. You can vote early, and November the 8th, you can vote at your polling place. But I think it's critical that as many people vote to exercise their right. And I think, and these times, it means more than ever. You know, I'm fortunate to work for the county of San Bernardino, so it sounds so crazy and just way out there for people to question the integrity of our process. Because I see the notifications going out for volunteers. I know how the county makes a priority to hire enough people to count the ballots and put the controls in place. So we really are privileged to be in this country and have a voting system that is so professional and safe. I want to, at some point, have agendized to discuss, or maybe the staff can tell us where we're at in terms of, there's a lot of concerns about restrooms and probably certain sites more than others. And I don't know whether the rec aid is the right position, but we need some position at sites that have concerns about the activity in their restrooms, just to have dedicated staff to do nothing but ensure that the restrooms are safe and monitored. So it's obvious that's not happening right now. So if the staff could come back to us with recommendations, or at least tell us what they're doing right now, I think that's important. Do I see consensus for that? Yeah. And if that's not the right position, then it won't be. But I think by having those positions where we have someone constantly monitoring the restrooms at the sites where it's needed, because I'm not saying all sites need it, but the sites that need those resources, we need to do that immediately. And then Dr. Wyatt, before he left, wanted to, I guess, and Katrina, you can help me, because you mentioned having a meeting, but I just heard there's a meeting, the regular meeting scheduled for the 15th. But you made it sound like he wanted a special meeting for the 15th for input on, yes.
Yeah, it's before the meeting, like at 4 o'clock is what they're talking about.
So we're looking for consensus to have a meeting before the regular meeting, like a 4 o'clock meeting for the people doing the recruitment for superintendent, right? So do I have a consensus to schedule that early? Okay, all right.
And
then,
so, yeah, and I probably will either, I don't know what time I'll get here, I have first 5 commission.
and well, it was critical that we have board members, but you know, after the election, it might not be so critical for Dr. Rogers, but my last thing is, so we're going to go forward with that. But my last thing is on the there were some questions tonight about administrators of sites instructing teachers to use their $500 stipend to buy certain things. That is not what the stipend is for. I was here when the stipend started, and the stipend started in 1996. I was a new board member, and we decided we had extra money, and one of the things we were going to do was give teachers a stipend so they could buy the things that they normally spent their own money on. That hasn't changed. So when we increased it to $500, it's the same thing. It's a stipend for teachers to buy what they want that they normally would have spent their own money on. And if staff would have never told a teacher to spend their own money on something, they're not going to tell them how to spend the stipend. It just isn't making sense. But my bigger concern with that is it means they're not getting the message. Mr. Sullivan sent me a note today saying that they've communicated to all principals to go to their staff and identify what needs they have. And they're going to send it to his office. So if they have these additional needs for printer cartridges or whatever it is, they don't have to tell the teachers to spend their own stipend. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about spending this extra ESSER money. It's one-time money. So the thing that I'm concerned about, if I have a administrator or someone at that side asking teachers to spend their stipend, they don't realize there's another pot of money that they can appeal to get to solve the issues for the one-time items they have at their site. And I want to say this to all the district staff. You're going to miss out on an opportunity if you don't put the request in to buy the items that you need. And it doesn't have to come from the teacher stipend. And the fact that you're asking the teachers to spend money on something tells me that you don't understand the amount of money we have to expend outside of your regular budget. So I hope that's clear. So to the teachers who've been asked, I hope you tell them to refer to this meeting. They need to follow the process that Mr. Sullivan and his staff have put out and put the request in to Mr. Sullivan for whatever your one-time needs are, including printer cartridges and anything else. Right, Mr. Sullivan?
Correct.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll go to administrator in charge and staff.
I want to piggyback just really quickly because I didn't get a chance to piggyback the second comment. It was only because of the teachers where the one comment I got was that the site was actually saying, well, you already have your money. You know, they're not allowing, you know, some of them have to do their own printing, you know, so stuff like that. We just need to make sure that the sites are clear, that they will continue to do what they're going to do to provide resources for teachers at the sites. This is separate.
We will reiterate that to our staff and our leadership. Okay, with that, I guess I'm up. So thank you, Vice President Mr. Tillman, board members, cabinet. Again, thank you for the opportunity to serve as administrator in charge. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the great work of my fellow AICs who have come in the prior months as we continue to move our district forward since the last time that I sat in this seat. Ms. Applegate did a fantastic job reopening our schools, welcoming our kids and staff back, and getting our school year started off right. Dr. Rodriguez made sure that we were focused on meeting student needs so that they are set up for success. And then for the month of October, Dr. Funches marked his month with the theme of gratitude. And I want to continue that as we now officially enter the month of Thanksgiving, not pumpkin spice latte. He really did elevate that idea of saying thank you, and I intend to make sure that we use this month to keep it in focus. I'd like to thank Dr. Funches for leading with heart. So with that in mind, I want to start my comments by acknowledging our classified support staff for all of their hard work. We had an opportunity to show some appreciation last week as we held a barbecue to show our appreciation for our maintenance, facilities, transportation, and warehouse staff. We value all of our support staff, including our HVAC technician, mechanics, groundskeeper, warehousemen, facilities teams, transportation teams, and all other support staff as they do all the difficult work that we're not capable of doing to keep our schools and district buildings in good repair. Our students arriving to work on time or to school on time, they're not working yet, as well as making sure that we have our products and supplies that we need. I'd like to thank our union partners. I'd like to thank Dr. Flores, Dr. Dowdy Rogers, our district leadership team, our support staff who all came out to serve those who serve us. It was really a great event, and I really appreciate everyone. Support on that. And then on Monday, November 7th, SBCUSD will host a virtual town hall from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. to help educate our community about the dangers of fentanyl. Panelists in the town hall include Sergeant David Salyer from the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, Mr. Steve Filson from Victims of Illicit Drugs, or VOID, and our own Ms. Colleen Williams, Director of SBCUSD Swiss Program, and Mr. Eric Vatier, SBCUSD Safety and Emergency Manager. Families who attend can expect to learn how to prevent a fentanyl overdose and hear about steps our district is taking to respond to overdoses. Anyone interested in attending that can register online at sbcusd.info/town hall. Next, we have a free family event put on by our Swiss department along with the California Association of African American Superintendents and Administrators and other educational partners who are holding a free clinic event on Saturday, November 12th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Arroyo Valley High School. The event will feature a live DJ, food trucks, free eyeglasses with a current prescription, flu shots, COVID-19 vaccines, free dental cleaning and fluoride treatments, and wellness immunizations. So if you'd like to reserve your spot for vaccines, you can go to the website CASAS, which is CAAASA.org, and you can register for that vaccine. Next, I'd like to issue congratulations to Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academies teacher Todd Montemayor, who was selected to be 2023 Honor Orchestra Conductor by the Southern California School Band and Orchestra Association. He will conduct top-notch student musicians selected via a highly competitive audition process. This is one of the highest honors in the world of music education, so congratulations again. Okay, we're in the home stretch. So just as it's fall, pumpkin spice latte, turkeys, Thanksgiving, it's also our time for our harvest festivals. And schools throughout the district have been holding fall festivals, which are delighting our families and our students. Delicious food, carnival-type games, special performances, space painting, and just a lot of fun exploded all on our campuses last week. Several of us were able to attend these events, and we want to commend our principals, school site teams, and parent volunteers who produce celebrations for their school communities to remember. And then as well, yesterday we were uplifted when we all visited our schools and appreciated the creativity of our site leaders and families as children showed up decorated in their favorite Halloween costumes and showed their Halloween spirit. Our kiddos in costumes were cute. Our administrators were scary, and everyone showed their love to the scholars, so we appreciate that. And then lastly, I'd like to give a shout out to Principal Tina Bishop and her team who held their makeup homecoming celebration on Saturday, October 29th. I know everyone was heartbroken when we had to postpone it at the last minute due to thunderstorms, but we rescheduled, or Dr. Bishop rescheduled with her team in a very quick turnaround response, and her team took this in hand and made this an event to remember for their students, and so we appreciate that positive activity that was able to be rescheduled, and students had an opportunity to enjoy their homecoming. And then just quick thank you to all the students, staff, principals that were acknowledged today for the PBIS Award, for the Blue Ribbon Award, as well as our principals, Ms. McCain, Ms. Maynor, and Mr. De La Torre, and their teams and their students who came out to showcase the amazing work that's happening on their campuses. And then lastly, I'd like, in the spirit of gratitude and thank you, I'd like to end my comments with expression of gratitude and recognition for a very special person, my wife. Tonight is our 25th wedding anniversary, and I'm here with you fine folks instead of with her. She was not understanding, but anyway, I'm here nonetheless, and I just want to thank her. I can be a handful, and she's a very patient person, and so just let her know that I'm thinking about her right now, and te quiero mucho. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullins. And to Mrs. Sullins, we really do appreciate your husband, and he did add value tonight, and we really did need him. So I'm not saying it was worth missing your anniversary, but he was a great value to us. Thank you very much. That brings us to
Mr. Tillman, can I add something very quickly?
Yes.
I just wanted to let you know that I was at the county celebration for our syllabi literacy, and we had several hundred students who received it. We will have more at the end of the year, and I just wanted to say congratulations to those students and their parents.
Thank you, Dr. Applegate. And that brings us to 10.0, action items. 10.1, approval of personnel report number 8, dated November the 1st, 2022, which contains actions such as hiring, retirements, resignations, promotions, and terminations.
As presented.
It's been presented. Do I have a motion to approve?
So move.
It's been moved and second. Vote, please. Personnel report was approved. Item number 11, consent items.
Second, but I do have an item I need to pull.
Moved in second. I'll entertain items to be pulled.
11.25?
25.
Yes, 25. 11.25.
All right. With that, we'll pull that and vote on the other items, please. $11.25. Ms.
Okay, yes.
Medina.
I did have a question. So I know it says $450 per session. What does that mean? Is that for a group of students per session, or is this individually per session? So if you can clarify for me.
Are you looking at which part of the contract? What page are you looking at?
I'm looking at just the notes, the staff analysis statement there. So I pulled up one which is, because it says right there, the total cost of services, including the additional amount of so forth. As I scroll down, it says at a cost per session, $450 for up to 250 sessions will be invoiced monthly. But I'm just curious, because as I looked at one of the attachments, I was trying to look where it says how many students per session, or is this 454?
So, so the session is the amount of time that the class takes place, and because the way that CAPS is running now, it's no longer by student. We have to offer the program independent of how many students actually show up. So we're no longer running our ELOP budgets on per pupil because it has to be, we have to have availability for any student that shows.
It doesn't matter. It could be 30 students.
It could be
doesn't
30
matter.
students.
Okay.
It could be 2 students.
Okay.
And
So
if you go to his stuff, there's always a bunch of kids out there.
So I just wanted to clarify because I wasn't sure if that was.
It's not a
that was
private
okay.
lesson. Is that
Yeah,
what
it's
you
not a
want?
private lesson. And
Oh, okay, yeah.
yeah,
Like,
and,
oh, wow,
and they've
that's-
been doing a really good job for us.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you. So moved.
Moved in second. Vote, please.
Could you tell me who motioned and seconded again?
I motioned. Abigail Medina.
Is that the item that's approved? Okay, there we go. And item 12, review of board requests. Staff will review items, updates requested.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. So this evening I started with Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina, who requested that our high schools produce news programs that can feature their announcements and that we bring those to board meetings to share with you. Dr. Gwen Rogers then asked that we would consider building relationships with the Toastmasters clubs in order to connect our students with the programs that they offer. Dr. Gwen Rogers also asked then if we would bring forward a presentation about the CASP scores and our academic performance. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina and Dr. Barbara Flores asked that we would bring forward a resolution respectfully supporting the women and youth who are showing courage to protest for their beliefs in Iran.
For their basic human rights.
For basic human rights. Okay, thank you. Dr. Barbara Flores asked that she recommended that we establish an ethnic studies certification to ensure that we have a workforce that's knowledgeable to meet upcoming standards. Dr. Barbara Flores asked that we would also consider joining the 1 Million Teachers of Color campaign. Also, as part of that, the 30,000 teachers of color by 2030. There was a request by Ms. Myra Ceballos for her to be able to access the board meeting on November 15th virtually. Ms. Myra Ceballos did renew her request for the review of policies for IEP translations, conflict of interest, and facility use, and that led to conversations about agendizing a discussion about board policies as a whole, and as a subset of that, considering a second alternate for the policy committee so that that committee can move its work forward. So that was a consensus to bring that back to the board. There was also a consensus to agendize a closed session item to explain the process for resolving litigation and when the board is involved in that. There was a consensus for the discussion about establishing restroom monitor positions. I believe there was a consensus also to hold a meeting with McPherson and Jacobson for the superintendent search on 11/15 prior to the start of your next board meeting. And then Mr. Danny Tillman and Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina both asked that we would reinforce with administrators that they should ask the district for additional supplies and not encourage teachers to spend their stipend on things that the school needs. And I think that captured everything. So please let me know if I need to add anything
Great
else.
job, Ginger. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved in second. It's adjourned.